What's going on, everybody? It's Friday night. He's looking for Shaco. Funny enough, that is one of the first things we'll be doing tonight. I titled tonight's loose ends just because I've got a bunch of these little projects that I would like to get kind of just checked off the list. One of them is this that G-Speed truck that I've been working on for quite a while. This one's for a buddy of mine, Rob, in Montana, and I recently designed and printed all the cross braces and all that. So this truck is like right there. Basically, I need to get the shocks bled because they're super stiff right now, and get the body mounted, and then this thing's done. But that is one of the first things that I've got on the list to do tonight. No, Nicole is not joining me tonight. She's not camera ready tonight, she says. So no, Nicole, I'm out. Yes, tonight will be a little bit of work and then a lot of question answer type time. I would say. Grab a cell block while I'm at it. Let's see. It is nice to have the studio clean, but part of that is that I need to get projects that have been hanging around for too long out of here and where they need to be. So part of that is getting this one to Rob and getting the space. And then I've got a Unimog for Rob still, and I have his VS410 still. So by no means is this the last one I need to get done, but that's what we got. So did you upload the 3D file for the front and rear brace cheater bumper? Oh, on this? No, I didn't. I just designed them up. I mean, I can if people want them, but I didn't really have any thought that would be a real big need. So yeah, they're just very, very basic little braces and such. So, but it's something to just give enough of a front bumper to get things, to get it up and over. Not much to it. So let's get some shocks pulled off so I can get these things filled up. Brushed or brushless for the SCX24. I mean, mine's brushed, but the Furatech stuff is a fine option. A fine option for sure. We're gonna try and bleed these shocks with them still on the truck. We're gonna go pretty light on this one. I'm gonna use 30 weight just because Rob's a bit of a slow crawler, and I don't know that he needs a slow reacting shock if he's just gonna keep going. Just put a Hertz dig for a 1.9 Wraith, but output shaft hit was not tapped for the screws because it was on point. Oh, well, good deal. Glad you got it taken care of. Usually you can use the other side from the stock ones, but I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken on what that was set up as. So yeah, but this truck was so close to being done. It felt like a good one. I also have that. What was that truck we built the other week? The scatter gun from Northwest Scale Designs that I did the honcho swap on. So that really happened right at the start of this video, huh? Son of a bitch. Damn it. I have no words. I have no words. God damn. It smells like bleach in here. Jesus Christ. Okay. I got silicone oil all over my hands. Jimmy Two Horses. Thank you, sir. Pearline by the Fire. 22 tickets pre-ordered. Crack infraction. So yeah, I saw that we're gonna slowly cycle these shocks as to not end up in that situation again. So I saw that our Proline put up the tickets and they yeah, you pick your faction. Now I did see like that the lion one is the orange one, so that may be the one that I have to go with. Oh my god. I can't. I feel like I should just shut this stream off. we just we just start over. I shouldn't have done it all. Thanks, Rob. Oh my god. Hey, the shocks are nice and smooth now at least though. Clean up. I'm gonna have a real hard time keeping my train of thought now after that's how we start. But so be it. Seriously, the silicone oil from shocks just it doesn't go away. It just, well, you never know. never, never going away. Oh, that is nice and smooth though. Those big bores just. Alrighty then. No Bloody Mary tonight. No, no Bloody Mary tonight. Nicole and I are going back on our uber restrictive wild diet that we did. I'm back up to like 200 pounds or so, 203, 204, depending on the day or the time. I mean, at one point I was up to like, I don't know, 215 or something like that. So, I'd like to get down into like 190, 180. I like to see 1.8 something on the scale. So, granted, the diet we do isn't great for weight loss, but it is a no booze type of deal. So, we don't start that. We haven't started yet, but I'm not trying to do like a binge before we start. Slowly bleed this air. Slowly. Let's see. Would it be dumb to use big bores like that on an SCX3 or better to use Proline scalers? No, you could use the big bores. There's nothing wrong with that. Big bores are a nice shock. I was going to try and throw these in the lathe and machine off the hex part on the top, and I never did get around to that. I may still do it. I could still pull them off and all that, but we'll see. If I can get, they may mount up fine and cycle smoothly, and if that's the case, I think they'll be just fine going like they are. The more you get on you, the better the show. I would be on the wrong website for that. Dale C, thank you, sir. Sent you a pic of me driving an excavator on Instagram. My cousin moved it up to his job site last weekend. Excavator and trailer got stolen yesterday. Oh, the one that you borrowed. You sent me the picture a couple weeks ago. Dude, that sucks. So I'm not like a huge like big whistling diesel fan, because sometimes it's a little obnoxious. But at the same time, I do enjoy it for some of the entertainment. And I saw like a guy had posted up the other day that he found the skid steer that had been stolen however many years ago, and I think he had said that there was like $250,000 reward for it. So if that's the case, it looks like someone's going to be in the money. All right. Oh, that was the other thing I needed to do was get this spur gear, and I need to get opinion on here. So we'll get that. I think I had this random spur gear that I took off something else to fit on here. But hopefully that gearing will work out fine for this truck. It's just one of the only spur gears I had that was set up for that type of slipper on this type of transmission. I didn't know that this trans didn't come with one, so pulled something out of a stash. Let's see. It says, probably a noob question, but can you explain droop and a proper set? So droop basically, droop has a couple of meanings. The one meaning is that, like, say this is your your suspension, front or rear, and say at ride height, like your truck is done and it's sitting there and it sits like maybe it sits halfway up the stroke of the shock. Your droop number would be how much the shock goes out from ride height. So maybe it has a half inch of droop. That would be one way that term is used. The other term is like when they don't run an external shock and they run the springs, no spring, and they run the shock fully compressed at normal ride height, and then droop from there. It means that the suspension only has droop. It doesn't have any up travel. Personally, I don't like running a only down travel or only droop suspension because it doesn't handle like using, like if you drive with any momentum or you like to bump things, it makes things so much less predictable because it has no ability to absorb any sort of shock. So for the way I drive, it is not something I like at all. And even with internal springs and all that, I don't prefer it because I feel like it unloads in just a less predictable way. So it's not a setup that I like. So it's not a setup that I have a preferred oil shocks. We used to run it like back in the day, like in the mid 2000s. And I ran it at that time and we used Bic springs and all that kind of stuff. But that was a long time ago. And since then I have learned that it's not the setup I think performs the best. So it's not the setup that I run. And even if you don't go by, don't take what I say for gospel. But if you just look at like comp crawling, especially where it's only about performance, not about anything else, you're not going to find many droop setups. So, just saying. It sure looks good though. You can keep a truck nice and low. Like for style, nothing droop is hard to beat. Right? Everything. Just making sure that everything clears fine. It does appear so. There's this threaded section around the top of big bore shocks, and that can like rub the chassis. If I needed to add a space or anything like that, now would be the time, but everything looks good so far. So this setup, like I said, we built this a while ago. Like I think this started in August. and it's a G-Speed V something. V. Anybody know what one this is? I think it's a V3. I'm not 100% sure. It's got a TGH 2-low transmission in it, a Fusion motor, ESC combo, and to run that Fusion in this chassis with the 2-low, to get it set up the way that it was, I had to design a little mount or spacer to go underneath of the transmission because of the extra length of this. Worked out not too bad. I ended up like angling it like 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees in the chassis just to give myself a little bit more clearance without raising it up. It's a V3. V3 is the carbon fiber version. Oh, what do you know? Thank you. I did not know what the V's stood for. I figured it was just like the revision number of the chassis. So, but put this together. Like I said, I designed up these cross braces and bumpers up front and rear. Got that done not too long ago. The side rails are something you can buy from them, which is nice. And then it's got hardcore RC titanium links, and it's got SCX3 straight axles under it. And let's see, Reef's Raw 500 steering servo, big bore shocks, mini T springs, some Vanquish wheels. This is Proline flat iron tires here. And is there anything else? Anything else special to speak of? Don't think so. There's no extra weight in the wheels or anything like that at this point. They'll probably add a little something, I would imagine. Some stainless brake weights or something like that. It's got incision drive shafts. All right, everything's starting to cycle nice now that the O-rings are getting lubricated. All right. I think we're in good shape. Like I said, I do need to get the... Let's see if I can get that held. Nope. It's quite difficult to get a wrench on this without taking it all the way off. We'll see. Josh, 10-3 axles instead of Vanquish. He bought the axle. The axles were on sale at Axial Fest for $99. This isn't my truck. This is for a buddy of mine, Rob. And so, I mean, it's a pretty good deal. Keeps things light. So, yeah. It was a... I mean, even on my... Hold the spur, be a man. I would, but it's a slipper, so I can't just hold it. And... my nut driver is a little too long. Ratchet and socket rather than driver. Yeah, that's what I would do. I honestly don't have one of those in here. But do I? No. I had a ratcheting box end wrench, but it's a 8mm, not a 7, and I need a 7. So, no mini socket set. Oh, I know. You know, honestly, it's not something I've ran into very often, ever needing. But Josh, are you still planning on swapping the axles between Class 2 and Class 3? My plan. Ooh, that is bottoming out, and I have a loose spur still. I wonder if this spur gear is just too thin. I wonder what spur gear you're supposed to use. Yeah, that's... Alrighty then. Well, that's no bueno. Needs some washers of some sort, I guess. Good pinion spur for crawling. That's not really a question you can answer. It's overall gear ratio that really matters. Did you put the bearing on the shaft? Yes, bearing is in. Bearing is in there. There is already one spacer or one washer, but there's the bearing. Or are they wanting to? They're not using. Are they using a bearing, another bearing as a spacer? Yeah, this is an axial spur. That's what I've got on there. So looks like it just needs another washer. I'll find a small washer slash spacer. Spacer. I have shims. That's not enough. That should work. All right, that. See if that fixes it. I want to swap those. It's the one I put on is slightly larger, and I just don't like the way it looks visually. So, should be slipper plate gear, slipper plate bearing, washer. Then they're putting a bearing on the outside. I mean, I can. I have the bearing. It's fine. That's an odd way to do it. I even have a matching bearing. Right. What tires are those you put on the shake? They're what did I say they were? Flat irons. Use the slipper eliminator plate on the VFD on. Ooh, Tony, that's not a bad idea. I wonder if it's the same flat. I bet it is even. I should have done that. Okay. So now the only other thing is that I still need a pinion gear. Just braze it on. You know. Whatever it takes. Let's grab a pinion. What is this spur? I don't know what the overall ratio is. We're going to go just a mid ground on that. What is this? 13 tooth? 14. We're going to go with a 14. My internet's good. No frames dropped. Everything's going fine. We need a ball end. Ball end 2.5. All right, got the origin from Moose Job today. Thank you both. Also, did you see my VS 4K post? I did not. Glad you got the origin though. Let's see. Is it possible to spin the trans and skid plate 180 degrees in the Wraith? I don't know. I'd have to look at clearances of the cage. I don't remember. It's probably possible. We're going to take this set screw out of this pinion completely and add a little Loctite so you don't get to hear that fantastic wee noise. Come on. Little Loctite. This is one of the ProTech pinions. They've got a little pinion sleeve. Now, go. Get our pinion area lined up. Got our gear mesh. Little tight. There we go. Yes. Okay. Should be nice and smooth and quiet. All right, that's the hard part. Oh, weird. I have silicone oil on my chair. Oops. All right. So everything's smooth now. Trans should be feeling all right. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it's like I don't have a battery mount on here, but I imagine we're gonna be in a saddle pack situation on this car. So, well, that is an awfully long battery lead. You'll be all right. This on here, I'm gonna get this body mocked up, and then I'm gonna try and see if I can come up with some relatively easy body mounts without driving myself nuts and overcomplicating it. Yeah, little Velcro for the battery on the side will work just fine. I'm not going to add it because I feel like Rob already runs Velcro, and I don't want to put the wrong side of the Velcro, and then he has to have different batteries just for this truck. 1,300 on top of the servo? Ooh, that seems so high. I feel like it's got to be on the side. I think way up there is just too high. Let's see. Are those flat irons? Yes, they are. I think Rob's preferred tires are actually like Canyons. He actually really likes the Traxxas Canyons, and they actually work out pretty well. The Traxxas Canyons are probably one of the best stock tires on a truck. Okay. So this truck is running, wait for it, a cliffhanger. And Rob had Joe paint a very classy, clean cliffhanger body. Black, silver, accents, done. And this thing will sit about perfectly right there. Before trimming, of course, which it appears that it will need a little of. But we're going to push it back just a hair just to get those wheel wells in the front to look about right. I think that looks about right. Don't mind that at all. Bumper's just past there. So now, okay, so basically the body is right, just dead even with the front of the frame rails, which is good. That's fine. I needed to look at that though, because, okay. Body posts, it doesn't really hold me back from anything. We're going to go inside of the shock towers, front and rear. Now, I don't have the adjustable shock tower mounts, I don't believe. Or do I? Double check that those aren't something we picked up. Those are Reef servo ear things. Okay. Just confirming, no, they are not. I know G-Speed sells like a little mounting thing, but it might have been out of stock at the time. So, okay, that's fine. That was just all the stuff for this build in one box. Tap to Red Studio. Thanks, sir. Have you ever built a 124 scale crawler? Yep. We, Matt and I, Scale Builders Guild, did a 8-week video series on going through, like, doing $50 a week upgrades on them. Fun little series. I really don't. I was looking for mine the other day, and I don't know where it is. I think it's at the office. So, yeah. Do you run 0 Ackerman knuckles or proper Ackerman knuckles? It depends. And there isn't actually really any proper Ackerman. There's Ackerman knuckles, but they're almost all like reverse Ackerman. I don't really know that anybody has proper Ackerman. So, you know, proper Ackerman's inside more than out. And I think most of ours are the opposite, which is actually, fine or better for crawling, just because usually it's your inner that runs into things on like scale trucks, but it doesn't really bother me. So Deluxe Fab does. Are they proper? Are they really Properman or proper? I mean, the other thing is proper Ackerman depends on, they're only going to be proper if it's based on the wheelbase you're running and everything. So it's like, you can't just sell a proper Ackerman knuckle unless it's for a very specific wheelbase and whatnot. Because That the convergence point has to be right in the center of the rear axle, right? Yeah. So, okay, the reason that I was going to look at that is I needed to see how tall it was to the bottom of that body. Show. Get my shorty. Center the body up. Get that where it needed to be. And right. Try and measure. What are we at? 7 millimeters. And on the back, it is touching. So, okay. 7 millimeters in the front and touching in the rear. I run a little toe out and kind of gives you a little accurate, right? I used to run actually way toed in because then the Ackerman knuckles that we had, as it would go, the front, I was always worried about like no matter what, I want the most steering I can possibly have. Like if the outside could go more, I'd rather have it go more because Ackerman is great on a street, but like when you're off road and you're on all kinds of weird, it's like whatever's touching, I want to be turning as much as possible. We're running locked axles. That's the other thing with Ackerman, trying to run proper Ackerman on a locked axle truck. It's like, well, you're only going to gain so much because the length of your circles is different. So, does it matter? This was a point that we used to argue a lot back in the day on RC Crawler. Okay, so looking at about 7 millimeters. Hey, look at that. Those first two holes line up perfectly. That's not totally true. If I line up the first two holes, I'm closer to 12 millimeters. 5 millimeters of gap, and I don't like that. So we'll go down a hole, and that's about perfect. 7 will put me there. Might even be just a hair of a snug. Okay, I'm okay with that. What does that look like? I wonder if I have more body post trees. I don't really. I've only got longer ones. Must have used all the shorties. So, um, I'm building a TCO1 right now, and I am not really caring about Ackerman. I mean, Alex, TCO1s are kind of the pinnacle of performance, though. So I feel like you should pay close attention. Okay. Sure that I'm comparing apples to apples. Josh passed the Ackerman test. Ackerman's an interesting. It's about always been a quite the debate in RC crawling, just because it's like people like get so caught up on it, and then it's just like it's such a it makes total sense, except when you take it off road and like there's no such thing as equal traction or anything. It's just like how much can you think it matters at that point? Eh, that'll work. Let's do a. I'm basically going to run a 3 millimeter screw through through the body post, but through one of the existing holes. So I'm just running a 3mm cut tap through one of them just to make it so that I'm not forcing or fighting it. Oops. Jim McGregor, thank you, sir. First time caller. When can we look forward to some custom fabrication content? Hope all doing well. Jim, that's actually a great segue, and thank you very much. So the obviously the Road to Scale Nationals, that is the big push right now, and what I'll be doing as much of my custom fab as I can into. Ooh, can one of the mods ban that link? And Ben and I, I don't know why I said Ben. Ben's in here. Matt and I were talking, and we how we were going to do it every other week. Well, I think we're still going to do it every other week, but one of the comments on the video was just like, I wish you guys would alternate so there'd be something every week. And I was just like, it's actually that's a great idea, and that's what we should do. So I think we're going to do that, and I think I'm going to try and pump out a video this Wednesday, and then Matt will then pick up the next Wednesday. That way there'll be a new Road to Scale Nationals video every week. It'll just alternate between myself and Matt. And that'll still give us both time to do things in between. But so this week, that is my hope, is that it is a custom fab video, and I can get back to it, because that's all I want to do right now, is do some custom fab work. I'm right there with you. So thread this side. Right. Those are the videos I'm really looking forward to. You know what? I'm really looking forward to the fabrication videos as well. I am quite sure that it will shoot my channel in the foot as far as video view numbers and watch time and stuff goes, but I'm kind of okay with it. Like, just because I think I'll enjoy it all better. The revenue will suck, but it is what it is. I'm really gonna have to make Nicole get off her ass and finish those things that I mean, honestly, I've already paid for a good bit of it, so just gotta go. Just gotta get it done. But YouTube is not a money-making avenue for us, but it does almost pay for itself, which is great with the amount of stuff that I get to do. So it'll just pay for itself a little less, which I'm totally fine with. All right. So we're going to make sure this is even before we mark body hole placement. Checking, double checking, triple checking. They're in a pretty convenient, similar location, which is nice. Right in the corners there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And I don't even really need to mark that to see it. Oh, what did I miss? Brent Hebner, thank you, sir. Can you explain what pitch is on a pinion gear and why it matters? Okay. I probably can't give the technical way that it's like calculated. I just know how it correlates. I can't remember like how I've learned it at one time, but like how you get to 32 or 48 or 64. Basically, it's the size of the tooth. And I believe that it's like, I don't know if it's teeth per inch. I feel like that's correct, but I don't know it with enough certainty to be like, that's the way. But basically, it's the size of the teeth. And as they get larger, generally you get a larger cross section. A gear goes like this. So the distance in here, your cross section, that's where a lot of your strength comes in. So the more of them there are, the larger your cross section, the stronger your gear should be. Now you can start getting louder and less smooth as that number gets larger. But 32 pitch has always been at this point in 1/10 scale has seemed to be a good balance between strength and noise and smoothness. So 32 pitch has always worked out pretty well. Hopefully that was close enough to an answer that works for you. Perry G, thank you, sir. $2. Have you talked about the new ISDT 70? Only I talked about it on the news like a month or so ago. Seemed like a fine ESC, had Bluetooth built in, some stuff like that, I think. But beyond that, not really. Let's see. Where is my body reamer? Well, shit. I don't lose tools very often, but that's interesting. I bet I know where it's at. I bet that it is in the garage. I bet that I had it out there to use it for something. Well, alrighty then. Dick Bandy. Buck Dandy, I guess. $10 from someone that has the privilege of fabricating his day job. Yeah, it's definitely Buck Dandy. His day job. I also love the fab videos, and I have thought of making videos of the fab work I do on one-to-one. Call you later. I mean, it's definitely the videos that I enjoy watching. No, I need to get. I'm. Okay. I should really go get or check if I have that before I put a hole in. If this was my truck, I would drill a hole in this with a regular drill and be like, it'll be fine. But it's not my truck, so I shouldn't just drill it. Yeah, Nicole's using the body reamer to stab something. That is obviously that's happened before. Many of us probably remember that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, YouTube Premium is definitely the way to go. You should all have YouTube Premium. That way you don't have to use ad blockers and steal my money from me. People with YouTube Premium are disgusting. Paul's 1816 says. Honestly, it's the best thing ever for yourself. It's the best. So, you get yourself YouTube Premium. Cancel some other streaming service that you don't use and get it. Oh, I don't know how to get YouTube Premium on the TV. It's only on the phone. Oh, I wonder once you get it on your phone, I bet that it automatically works on your TV. I'll have to check on mine. So, okay. I want to get this body mounted though. So I'm going to, man. Okay. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to run to the garage during a live video where it's just me. That'd be unprofessional. But I do need to look at how I'm going to mount the rear setup. I put 3mm threaded holes in here for some reason. I don't know what I had planned. You can log into your YouTube account on your TV. Yeah, that's what I thought that how mine is set up, and I obviously haven't tried it, but So I need to put this one basically all the way down. I really need the stubby body posts from the where. Nope, right there. Damn it. Yeah, there. The VS410 half cab body uses the stubby body posts in the back. Um, and I don't think that I have any here. So I'm just going to steal them out of my own truck to give to Rob. Hey, you said unprofessional. Like we all thought you were professional. Yeah, right? You need a standby screen. I know. That standby screen with actual elevator music going. Do, 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 do. Just playing Toto by Africa, though. By Weezer. No, Toto by Africa by Weezer. Class 3 for nationals, axles and chassis. Um, I don't know for sure what I did buy another class 2 yesterday, last night. Get in there. Worry about you later. Um, so yeah, I bought another truck. It's an ugly truck, but it's a 50 pointer. So um, some cleanup. I think it'll look good. Um, and it'll give me another option, but it'll also give me something to. Why did you whisper that? I don't know. I just feel like I have to whisper that. Anytime I buy a truck, I'm like, I bought another truck. Like, it's just a habit. I feel like that's something that's like a reflex. We're raised to do that. Like you're raised to like look around and be like, I bought another truck. Okay. We're gonna go towards the front with these body post placements because it'll fit into a better area of the body. Admit it, Nicole's in the, no, she's definitely in the other room, but there's no way that she's paying attention. She'd have to listen to the whole thing and she'd be like, hey, Juan down. Let's see the truck. I don't have it yet. I bought it and it has to ship to me. So, and actually, I'm going to slide it forward one more, but I'm going to have to use one hold down. Let's see. Reaction video of your woman's hand. I, I don't think seeing it would shock her. She'd be like, okay, like why? It'd be the telling her what I pay. I didn't pay too much. It was a pretty decent deal. I mean, it's always a deal, right? I got a deal. How far are you? Oh, yes. Let's see. Um, I mean, I know what class do you buy. Yeah. I mean, it was for sale publicly, so there's a pretty good chance of seeing it. And I mean, I commented publicly, so people, I'm not real good at hiding it. He tried selling it to me. He's a buddy. Right. Can't remember if I've ever bought a truck from him before or not. Maybe I have. What would you recommend for a shock on a TRX4? Honestly, TRX4 shocks are great. There's not a lot of reason to change them. Like, really. Has Nicole seen the Croc Unimog yet? I don't think so. I was busy getting set up when Moose Jaw dropped it off, but Moose Jaw came to the house and dropped it off, so she said hello, but I don't know that she was really paying attention to trucks because that's not something she really pays attention to. And ooh, I'm running dangerously low on washers. You bought the trail runner from him? No, I bought the woods runner, the one you're talking about, you're thinking about. I bought that from Ben, who bought it from him. Okay. Call her in here to show. If she was ready to be on the stream, she'd already be in here. She's not. Right. Have you asked to see if Flexil will sponsor you for Scale Nationals? I don't know that I've been positive marketing for that brand. So yeah, I don't know if that would really work out. All right. So that is done. It's got body mounts everywhere. That's done. That's done. Um, I've got the wiring cleaned up loomed at least, but shouldn't be a problem. They just make these power wires so long. But yeah, okay. So I just need to get the body reamer. So when you get another bike and start moto vlog. No bike for me here. No, I don't. California drivers are so bad. Grease the spur. No, no. California drivers are so bad that I just refuse to think about riding on the street. I mean, I think about it all the time, but I almost got hit yesterday on the way to work. Like on the freeway in my Jeep. Um, like what are you guys doing? This is ridiculous, ridiculous. Okay. So Rob's pretty set. I just need to poke a couple body holes in that thing, and this little well, and then do some trimming probably. Um, I really want to get that done though. Okay, I'm going to first double check one more time. That's not in here because there's a good chance I still overlooked it. But I just cleaned. Um, okay, give me 45 seconds. I knew right where I left it. I think I made it in time. Feel pretty confident on my. Let's see. Right? This is center to center distance 58 millimeters. How close am I? I'm like dead on. Like dead on. I'm pretty proud of that. Boom. So, right, where'd one of those body posts go? Perfect. Perfect. Holes are clean. Will it drop on? Will it be even? Does not drop. But it's because the body post, I must be 7 millimeters to the top. Oh, which is fine. That's good because I can raise it up very easily. Sweet. How did I? No, I'm 7 millimeters. Must have just been off on measuring. Either way, that's good because now I can get 2 screw holes in it. But the shock towers were lined up perfectly. So I've got no, well, like I said, they were right at the top. So that is 14 millimeters. So I need to go up another 7. So if we go to there, that is first and second. I'm just going to put this one in here and double check it first. Right. Awesome. Oh, are we talking about traffic? Are we talking Chicago? I did work on Chicago. I did God, I had to do a bunch of work on some construction phasing in the spaghetti bowl where with the light rail that runs in between the lanes, and they were having to do a bunch of reconstruction for bridge and ADA stuff actually. I ended up having to move there for a short time. I was there over my 30th birthday. Nicole and I were dating, but we couldn't be together on my 30th birthday. Spent it in a hotel. Oh well. All right, so I don't have the washers and nuts on the back, but I raised it up what I think is the appropriate amount, and bam, look at that. It's like perfect. Like they're right there. But it's just right on. Like pretty that was pretty good. Like that worked out all right. So now I've got to get the rear body post holes. That one is in a spot where we are going to do a little bit of painter's tape on each side. Real quickly. Painter's tape, make sure that it is square, it's lined up. A little bit of, I'm not tracing exact, I'm just giving myself an area because I'll measure, but going to use a little bit of double-sided tape. I'm going to cut a couple of squares. It's a square of double-sided tape, you know. Oops. We're going to put it over the area. Again, why you don't drill body holes before painting? I didn't paint this body. I didn't have the body posts done. So, in order to get the thing done in a way that was as fast as possible, I needed to have the body painted first, since that could be done simultaneously. Okay. So I just put some double-sided tape in there like that. And I just do that so that I can put the front in, line it up with it the right way. Line it up. And then square up the back. About like that. And just press. So you do that and it gives you two solid little indents. So I've done that on, if I like actually like care and I'm worried. Otherwise I'll just like mark it close enough or press. If it's my own stuff, like I'll do it the simple way. But when I care or it's going to somebody else, just on the inside, just on the inside, making sure that it was as even as needed to be. Let's see. I use putty when I do it with a hard body. Yeah, absolutely. Putty would work great. Actually, that's a great. I wouldn't. I should keep some of that around. That's not something I ever have around. I guess. I always have double-sided tape, but I never have had putty around. It's a good idea. Just use silly putty. I like it. So those are pretty even. Could be like a 32nd of an inch, like scooted one way or another, but I think that's about it. So do a little bit of a pilot hole, about an 1/8 inch. Plumber's putty. I don't know what plumber's putty is. I've never heard of plumber's putty. I use magnetic body posts. Magnetic body posts. What happens when you actually drive your truck? I take too hard of tumbles. I need some real, like, oh, those are perfect. I can see the exact top of them on both. On the money. One of the mods banned that. Paul Gilmore. Perfect. Okay. Clean up. The class 2 I bought is actually hard body. Fun fact. Speaking of hard bodies, mounting hard bodies. What's up with Spanish? They hit Matt hard. Yeah, we got hit hard the other night too. I don't know, man. It's just they after it. Oh, perfect. Just sum up. Now that will work. It's right even with the back. We're in good shape. Let's put some. You could probably lower that rear suspension a little bit. It's sitting a little bit raked, but that was close. Grab some body clips. Oh, missed a donation post. Thanks for that. Oh, Jeremiah Salberg. Thank you, sir. The interstate I drive on to work, they have separate strip of road that is used to test different formulas of pavement to see how that. Where's that? Oh yeah, we did that in a couple of spots in. Was that on the Missouri side or the Kansas side? It was Missouri side. I-435 on the west side of town, just over the border. So people coming from the Kansas side. But yeah, they specifically they tested. There's a type of system used. They're basically like prefabricated concrete panels that they use for regular interstate stuff. And they like dowel together so they're easy to replace. And they tested them out for a section there, and they tested different, high strength early on the pavement side. They tested all kinds of different stuff. It's kind of fun. I mean, if that's your idea of fun. Oh, I know what I did. I bought. No, I bought them at some point. I bought those like foam washers for bodies to help everybody, to help keep everything from having any rattle. But oh wow, on video it looks way stink bugged, but it's not that bad in person. So, oh, it doesn't look that. It doesn't. I guess it's just the way that looks because of how it curves in the back. It makes it look like it's way up high. It's weird. Like, okay, so yeah, this is what I was wondering about. Like when you turn and then it flexes, it hits this part of the body. So we have some trimming to do there. And the front. Or I make Rob trim the body. And then he can feel bad about having to cut up his body and make it look. You know what? That's what I'm doing. He gets his truck untrimmed. So, and unstickered. There's no grill. But other than that, you guys done, ready to test. Aardvark spleen, thank you. Hit Quiznos with a coworker the other day. They ordered ham cheddar untoasted on white bread, dry. We're all pretty sure he must be a serial killer. Who would go to Quiznos and get an untoasted sub? Like I don't even eat, like I don't normally do toasted subs, but if you go to Quiznos, you have to. And dry. All the road safety and driving laws, you know. How did you work for a DOT or something? I worked for a private consulting firm. We mainly did work for DOTs, but I worked in the private sector, not the public sector. So yeah, I did that for. I'm a professional civil engineer by my original trade before I went to full time RC crawling. But yeah, so I enjoyed it a lot. I did a lot of fun. Well, fun to me, which that's saying something. Uh, so yeah. Anyway, so this is my buddy Rob's truck. This is done. Cliffhanger body. This is a Team Garage Hack V3. No, this is a Team G Speed V3 chassis with a Team Garage Hack 2 low transmission, hardcore RC links. It's got incision drive shafts, axial SCX-10 straight axles. Let's see. Vanquish Method 101 wheels, Proline flat iron tires, Traxxas big bore shocks. It's got the G Speed laydown servo mount with a raw 500 reef servo. I 3D printed some front bumper and chassis cross braces, rear bumper. It's got a Hobby Wing Fusion all-in-one in there. Then I made a little custom 3D printed mount to make that fit with the transmission. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that's about all there is to it. I put 30 weight oil in there. Moose jaw painted the body. And is your buddy gonna put a bomber interior in that crawler? That's what I had suggested. I don't have one in here, or else I'd try it. But yeah, I think he wanted an interior, and I think I said bomber interior would probably be the easiest one. Which panhard mount? He went with the one that is that one. I don't know which one that is called, but you can see it's aluminum, not printed. And someone I saw, I think Jeremiah just asked where do you buy body posts? These are the Vanquish body post set. It comes on a tree, and all of these are filled, but I've used the rest of them. So these are the ones that I have left. And yeah, so that one's ready to go. Josh, you mentioned you like to use SMT interiors for builds. Where do you buy them? I cannot find it. I think I used an SMT interior on one truck. That was my Crawlmasters truck in 2019. And that was, I think that's the only time I've used it. And honestly, I haven't bought one in a long time. So, especially since SMT stuff is getting harder and harder to find. And I'm guessing that they're going to be discontinued permanently, just with the low C LMT and all that. I think that the SMT is probably donezo. Well, good deal. Now I can ship one out. Now another one. This is the one we worked on. What is the motor KV? Ooh, rockin' steady. Good question. It was the 1800 kV is what that one was. So yeah. This is one we built here on the stream the other night. This, I took a RTR Honcho, as you can see, um, and I did like just the simplest swap I could, like what I thought would be the absolute simplest, um, fewest parts used, and that was just RTR Honcho, scattergun chassis swap. I did have this is a forward mounted motor, and it's got a TGH 2-speed in it. So yes, I do need to look at that motor and clearance with the intermediate shaft. I may have to go to a shorter motor. So, but I wanted to figure out what I needed to do for a body mount on this one. So I'm going to have to cut this rear portion of the cage. No heartache there. We're just going to cut her apart. Ooh, Tony text me. Oh, Tony just texted me a photo of a bomber interior he's got. That would be perfect for that truck because it's like painted silver and black, like exactly like it. Let's see. Do I have big side cutters in here? No. I have medium side cutters. You know what you should do? Be a man. Cut it in place. Don't take it apart. Cut. Fixed. So, we are going to put screws to the chassis there. We're going to leave that. I'm going to leave that for the meantime. Maybe I'll work on cleaning it up later. Probably not. Just going to cut it, leave some hardware length. Okay. So, oh, I meant body clips. I always lose it. Oh, I just bought, I mean, I've got like, we sell incision body clips on the website. So like if I need them, I just grab a pack of those or like a pack of 10, I think like $3 or $4, something like that. Tactic Servo. Oh yeah. This was just like, I took the stock truck and just moved the stuff to this one. Like I didn't do anything else. But like I was saying, this Holmes motor and this TGH transfer case are not going to allow things to line up. That was something else I needed to look at. So it needs a different motor. Show glue a magnet the hood of your body. Oh yeah. That gluing a magnet on the underside of your hood so that you can put your body clips and they'll just stick there. I think Tony had showed me that once, like way back in the day. Glue some magnets there, like here. Like I keep a little stack of magnets. I'll just take. Let's see. And grab a couple. That. And grab some glue. These magnets are a little bit smaller than the ones that I normally probably use, but let's see. That. So take it and put some on the underside of the body. To see it in there. And then just take the magnets and put them in it. I'm just spreading some of that E6000 around. But once that's done, I guess I'm going to need some more body clips. But um, then you should be able to take your body clip and put it on the hood and it'll just stay there. See? Can obviously knock it off, but at least gives you a place to stick your body mount. Okay. What the hell was I doing before that? Ooh, I forgot what I was going to do. Someone remind me. Oh, motor. Motor. What chassis rails? These are the Scattergun chassis by Northwest Scale Designs. And it has the forward motor mount in this. So there you go. Yeah, it's Northwest Scale Designs. NWSD is how it's usually abbreviated. So for what it's worth. Are the new Phoenix shock collars shipping? I emailed Michael last week. Becky said, yes, they should be. Hopefully he got back to it. You're definitely going to need a smaller motor. Brazen scale, that's what I was thinking as well. So see if I have anything in the used/open box. Is that a stubby? Nope. Let's see. There's a Mamba X. I mean, I've got 540 motors, but I don't know if they're going to be, I don't think that they're anywhere near short enough. And a lot of flat rails on the chassis lately. I know. Don't worry, I'm still not a fan. I just deal with them. Ooh. I do have an Outrunner. What is this one? Why do I have this? I don't remember. I could put a wee motor in here. It's only 1,000 kV. It's a slow one. But it's a Revolver V2 1000 kV. You know, I've got that, and then I think that I've got two of the Crawlmaster Mini ESCs. I need to make sure that I have two because I need one for another project. Ooh, I've got one of these servos too to put in there. I'll talk about that in a few. Yes, I do have two of them. So, okay, good. Because I need one of these for something else. Okay. Okay. I was just gonna. It was not the plan for this truck is to do a bunch of, need to update your inventory app. I know, I need to make sure I pull that stuff out. So I don't need the, ooh, I gotta put that back in the right box. Okay. Mamba X needs to go back in the other one. I've got one of these servos. These are let's see. I'm not sure if I can. Well, I think I can anyway. HK Hobbies. Um, I got this in the mail the other day, actually. It's basically like, so even the, like just, how you used to seeing like the cheapy servos. Well, even they now are doing direct power. Um, and these are 2 to 4S direct power cheapo servos. So 2 to 4S direct power. And I think that they use the same style with the pigtail. So you plug this into the servo, and then you run your direct power lead off of there, and then the other one right into your ESC. So there you go. Got here way late. What are we up to tonight? We're kind of all over the place tonight. We worked on finishing up body mounting and stuff on something else. Could throw this in there. Either way, we got to pull that motor out so that we can put in the outrunner. Is it really cheapo when it runs well and doesn't break and gets the job done? I mean, it depends. Like cheapo when you're in compared to like speed and possibly like case quality or durability. Like if you're, it depends on how hard you are on your stuff. Resolution and how, like steady or how well centered. Like there's all kinds of stuff. The more you pay for servos, generally you start getting better and better. Now, I'm not saying it's not a bit of like a diminishing return. Like you spend twice as much, you might not get twice as good of a servo, but as you spend more, you usually get better and better. You do have those Holmes hobby servos. I do, but those are for other projects. This is just kind of like this project doesn't really have a purpose or a reason. We built it the other night on the stream, and it should probably be finished. So it was just a reason to, I mean, honestly, I would have left stock or like brushed equipment in this, but like the motor just straight up didn't fit. So it's like, I got to do something. Um, you know, it's, it's got a good transfer case in it. And like it's got, these rails are pretty nice. Got a forward motor mount, but it's kind of useless if I don't have something that'll fit in it that will run. So let's make sure that this all fits. Polar 400 might fit. I do not have a Polar 400. Otherwise, that's probably what I would have ran. Because I probably wouldn't have used the Crawlmaster Mini on this truck. Because this truck was just kind of a, something I was throwing together. So, okay. We've got to do some. Need to put a pinion on it, and is it's only 1,000 kV, so I'm gonna pinion up. Let's put some stuff away. Let's see. I've got that's only a 15. 7. We're gonna go to a 17. I wouldn't put the Crawlmaster ESC on that. Use a Sidewinder 4. I don't think I have a Sidewinder 4. Let me check. I'll check my app. Sidewinder. Nope, I don't. Just check Castle, just to make sure it's not spelled weird. I have Copperheads and Mamba X's, Mamba Micros, but no Sidewinder 4s. No gots. Let's check pinion stick out. Gotta go out there a ways. Jeez. Long ways, actually. Oof. I am going to reconfigure some of these spacers. This thing's got a bunch of like spacers that you put on the top shaft. Let's see. And I need to pull off the actual top shaft. I sure won't. Okay, I really need to get that 7mm box end, ratcheting box end. What are you using for an inventory app? I use iCollect. It's super nice because you can just go in. So like it has all of your stuff. Blah blah blah. You can search for what you have, do whatever. But when you add stuff to inventory, like you hit the little plus button at the top, and it says, "Does your item have a barcode?" And you hit yes, and then you just grab the item and it takes a photo, and it will say, probably say Castle Creations Mamba Micro X, and then you can say where you want to put it and how many you have and blah blah blah. I'm gonna hit. It also pulls up a photo just to like automatically loads it from the internet. So it's pretty awesome. But so cancel all of that. And yeah, I have like I have all my bins numbered. So this is just bin 1, but I have them numbered all the way across the top, and then all the way across the bottom, and 3 more at the bottom, and then yeah. So it just helps me. That way you don't have to have like this box only has to have these things. Anything can go in any box. It just has to tell you on the app which one it's in, so you know what you have. Bonus. Jeremiah thinks, sir. I told myself I'm not buying any new or used trucks until I finish the 3 rigs I have now. That is a great thought. And I've said that to myself before. And I have never followed through. When I was interning at an app developer, I tried to sell the idea. They scoffed at me. So that app, I think, is normally used for people that are collecting. It's like it's tailored specifically to collectibles market. The 1K revolver was supposed to be for your TRX4. That's right. I was gonna put it in here, wasn't I? Oh no, I have one in here. It's the same one though. Yeah, 1000 kV revolver. So, yeah. I don't know why I have 2. Dang, it's so heavy. That's ridiculous. Every time. Did you ever get that 1 pound servo in it? I have not. That's still one of the things like holding me up is the servo thing. Okay, so dual motors on that heavy, dual motors, dual ESCs. Okay, so we are going to take some of these there spacers, aka washers, and I think I can shave at least a couple of millimeters. Yeah, there we go. So there was a 4 millimeter wide bearing up there. I took that out and replaced it with maybe 3 millimeters of 2 millimeters of washers. Maybe take a little bit more off. Ridiculous. Okay. That's about as close as I think is even semi-reasonable. I start getting any tighter on tolerance than that, and it's going to bind up and make some screechy noises. I'm still building my first, and I can't stop thinking about the next one. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a it's a black hole. It just keeps sucking you in further. Okay. That actually, I don't need that here. That can go possibly here. Maybe. Need a little bit more. Ugh. I watched a video of you 5 years ago before the pro. Man, you've come long. Been doing this a very long time. 5 years ago, yeah, that wasn't even. But I went from having a studio in Missouri to then not having one out here for a number of years, and then finally got one again, and it's always a back and forth. What's your torque spec on the slipper? Probably around 7 inches, or inch ounces. Okay, that now. Where did the spring? There it is. Spring. I feel like I don't need those. We're gonna get those off of there. Those are not needed. We'll leave one on there. Inch ounces, yeah. Inch pounds, foot pounds, inch ounce. Correct. Thank you. All right, now you need to hold that. I have at least 8 that need paint. That's 8 mil. Where's my 7 mil? Right there. One night stand build inspired me to build my first flat rail chassis. Even went with the ATL V2. I still like that truck. That truck's a lot of fun to drive. Super predictable. And like I'm not in a big hurry to change it out for anything. And as far as scale nats goes, I think that it'll be. My tolerance may have been a hair tight. file could fix it. Maybe if I could get it in there, which I don't think I can. Honestly, it's fine. It's the tiniest of like set. It'll wear off in no time. Granted, what I don't know is if I gained myself anything. And that's a big. I mean, God, it's so far forward. Why is it so far forward? Or is it just, am I just not used to how far forward, how much stick out? No, it was really stuck out on that one too. That forward motor just really, would a scattergun chassis be beneficial in lowering the CG of a 10.3 Bronco? Yeah, but you're almost a full rebuild. Like you wouldn't hardly be able to use any of your parts because the 10.3 transmission is basically unusable in anything else. The shocks might work, but the chassis, none of the chassis. The axles likely will. Swallowed sideways. I'm having a hard time tonight. Okay. We're just going to stop worrying about it so much and tighten the pinion on while I continue dying. Why is it spicy? Okay. That lined up. You need a Bloody Mary. Liquid death. Breathe air. Yeah. Roll them a little smaller. Okay. So, son of a. Of course, the 17 tooth doesn't fit through the motor hole. That is a noob mistake. I should have known better. Let's get this thing somewhat mounted up. And see if we can make things feel reasonable. Okay. Where? There we go. There we go. Kind of a pain. Is it time for a cool intervention? Good luck. That ain't gonna happen. So right. So let's see if that gives us enough room to mesh that pinion. I feel like I'm gonna have to go to that other hole. We've done this before many times. Seems the struggle bus would be shorter if they were out of the truck. Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. But then it feels like you're really going backwards. And I didn't plan on doing a motor, especially like this. And oh my God, this. Okay, we have another problem. And that is that where these wires want to exit, basically not allowing the motor then to sit flush. I'm really becoming less of a fan of this motor placement. There's a reason why the VFD is the best transmission. All right, let's try rotating it way the other way, and we'll run the wires in a way that seems like a terrible idea. Go. So that should, you can rotate it. Yeah, kind of, Jesse, except you only get 4 options. 2 of them clearly won't work. The third one put it right in the way. And now this one is going to be kind of the only way. And you can see the motor wires now have to go, they're going to go under the intermediate shaft, or under the intermediate shaft and then over the other drive shaft. And technically the front upper link could touch it, but shouldn't. So seems like the revolver wire placement is always a bit of an issue. It definitely is. It definitely is can be just a little bit of a pain in the butt. But now are you effing kidding me? This still is going to hit. I'm gonna have to raise up that that transfer case just to clear. To get those drive shafts, I mean, yeah, no, that drive shaft will not clear it. It would clear if it was not a transfer case. If it was a regular 3 gear and it was going in. But other than that, it's just going to need... Isn't your drive shaft going to hit the motor? Yeah, obviously the drive shaft was hitting the other motor before. That was why we went with the shorter one. Now this one is just like almost there, but I'm maybe 2 degrees off. But yeah, that's why we changed motors the first time. Now this one is still just ever so slightly an issue. So I would either need to run a non, if I run a non plastic slide-on style, then I could probably get away with it just fine. But you know, like one of those super small type telescoping metal drive shafts. Screw it, throw a VFD in it. I know, like probably, but I can't because I've got stock SCX 10.2 axles in this, and then I would have to change the axles, and then that just completely negates the entire point of this truck. This truck was supposed to be like, hey, let's take this and just, you know what I should do is just take and put the freaking 3-gear back in this thing. Wonder but run the forward motor, but with the 3-gear, and then just run an intermediate shaft to that top shaft. And take the nice TGH transfer case and put it in something else. Okay. This has just become a project. Well, that part of it has become a project for another day. I think I just need to change from the TGH to a 3-gear and run it as a. Did you mirror the motor mount? This, well, it wouldn't matter really because the output is centered as far as the slipper part, and the transfer case setup is, well, it's offset to the side that would be the most beneficial. So I've got it in the best case scenario. But one thing that we can do is look at the body mounting situation. Making a rear hinged setup will be cake for this. Because I'll just make a little loop that's going to come off of the chassis rail and encapsulate, right? The rear tube right here. You can see how it lines up with those rails right there. So I'll make a little something that goes around there, and then I'll just have front body posts and it'll pivot off of that. Super, super easy. I sensed a yeet moment coming. Just so let's is there, I know what I'll do. We are going to zip tie the bed onto the chassis here. Not because that's how I want to run it, but just because it'll keep it in the position. That way I can make sure I get my front body mounting holes in the proper place without it moving around and not being where the hinge is going to be. So I only use zip ties for the most professional reasons. Put a 540 brushed. That's what we had before. A brush motor would not have cleared. The revolver is way smaller than any of the others, but that was not the problem. The problem is more about the length than anything. So, and a revolver is about as short as it gets. Now, a Polar 400 is a smaller diameter, and that then probably would have worked. So I could buy a Polar 400 and not do a 3-gear, probably. I just have to decide what level that I want to go to. This isn't a truck that I had any grand plans for. It was just a truck that happened to be. So I'm going to snip those. I'm getting dangerously low on zip ties. That's not good. Okay. I made a mess. Put some stuff away. Because my workspace going to make me throw things. Okay, there we go. Might need that still. We don't need this. We don't need those. Screws we may need. All right. So now let's look at the front body post spacing. And son of a bitch. The stock body post spacing is basically centered directly over the rails. So that means that we're going to end up with 2 sets of body post holes, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay, so that doesn't matter then. That's how our hinge mechanism will work. Offset posts. Did the stock one have offset posts? Maybe. Um, what did I do with all the stock parts to this? It did have them in the rear, didn't it? I think I know where. Hmm. Josh, you have to have a BEC to use that controller. It requires one. Yeah, I know that. Well, this is one of the original ones that comes with the little guy, even though that's not a dependable one. But my servo's direct power, so I can get past there. But obviously, I still need something to power the receiver. So, yeah, I think it does bust out. I do have, and I have a BEC. It's in the bust out there. I don't have the. I don't have like parts like the body posts in the app. I think I put. Oh, I know exactly where I put it. Put it in the for sale box when I was cleaning out the shop last weekend. Right there. It's not cheap. Hey. So, there it is. There it is. Okay. You should show the room again now that you've cleaned. We could do that. It would be less embarrassing. What's up, buddy? Hi. Come here. Come on. Come here. You want pet or not? Can you bring that box tomorrow? Good call. I could do that. Josh, what do you have for sale? A lot of stuff, but I don't like to ship, so I usually try and sell local. Chief, come here. Come here. Hey. All right. So if I put body post in there, it would sell more if you shipped. That is true. I just don't like to ship. It's a pain in the butt. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It's expensive to ship to. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's more just the hassle. I just don't like freaking doing it. It's a pain in the butt. Like the expense is what it is. I just build that into the price. Like you don't like the cost. I don't care. It's like that's what it costs. But So it's actually it's offset. It's not dead center over the rails, but it's pert near, as they say. Painting the top of the rail. Okay. Now I know where it has to be. It needs to sit about like that. And it sat right on it. Can I get... It may fit if I open it up just a hair. We're gonna go to the second hole. See if that works. Just put magnets. No, magnets are terrible. They don't hold well enough. You actually use your truck hard. They don't keep. I I never use magnets. Magnets are fine if it's like a kind of a just like a dirt to dirt tool around. You're not gonna roll it or drive it that hard. Um, so it just right feel like that will work, but I'm gonna need a spacer on the inside. Magnets are lame. Change my mind. Nope, magnets are lame. I agree. So we're gonna go to a longer screw, and I've got little baggies of spacers. Magnets are great on SCX 24s, but they don't go very fast. Yeah, if you use the same scale of a magnet on an SCX or 10th scale, it'd be, you know, very large, and then probably would be okay. Other than the obscene amount of weight. Okay, so I'll do that. Let's try 3. Where do you get those spacers? I made them. It's a huge bag. These are 100. No, these are 80 thou, I think. So just a. I'd have. I don't remember what. I don't know what the metric conversion would be, but let's see if 3 is the right number. Chief, what are you doing? That's about dead center. I feel like I need 4. I have some thicker ones too. I was just trying to sneak up on the dimension. Okay. Yep. That's about perfect. Okay. Let's do that one more time and then confirm that it still fits. 80 thou is 2 millimeters. Thank you, sir. It sounded about right. Did I take both of those offset posts out? Somebody. Oh, hi. Closing drawers for me? Nice. Chief, did you steal the other body post? You did, didn't you? You little shithead. Shithade. Hi. Hi. Good boy. Okay. I don't know what I did with it. There it is. It's on the ground. Chief did take it. Is it still in the other chassis? Wouldn't have been far off. So that there. 4 spacers. Jeremiah thinks there must get time for work after finished pizza rolls with sriracha. Hopefully, still alive. Probably. It's only 8:15. What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Okay. Chief nuts. All right. Think they'll both line up? Boom. In the hole. Good call on the offset body posts reminder. Worked out quite well. That. There we go. Now, clearances in the bumper and all that, that's another story. That's more body trimming. Someone ban that spammer as well. But we got the scatter gun on there. Full deal. So I'm gonna let Chief out now since he's okay. Now I got to do a rear hinge setup, and I've got to get a bumper on this thing, trim the body, fix the transmission, or I might just build a spacer. I might leave that transfer case in there and just put a spacer under there because it's only a couple of degrees. So a very thin 3D printed spacer would fix that issue and I'd just be ready to go. So probably the better way to go. Because if I go to a 3 gear, then I've got to make a new top shaft to allow it to bolt up. And honestly, I could design and 3D print a spacer faster than the rest of that, and it'd be better to go. So done and doneer. Actually, the motor is just kind of hanging out in there, which is fine. But in the meantime, before I put this away, I'm going to put that pinion gear on. No, that pinion is not fitting with that spur. That's fine though. I can either drop down and spur a little bit or run a more reasonably sized pinion. But This will be a very simple, straightforward truck. Granted, the revolver, it'll have probably pretty nice electronics in it by the end unnecessarily. Could use a 20 millimeter servo horn and a different steering link. Little things. Little things. Michael Chipman, 5 much appreciated. Thank you. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for joining. I almost wonder if this could still fit. You have a longer shaft to use of the forward motor mount. Yeah, those ones that are in there I don't need to use, but I was just using them to line up. Well, hell yeah. That actually will still fit with a little, if any, trimming. I don't think I'll need any. Yeah, it could use a hair right here in the wheel well, right there. It tags it just a tiny bit and forces it backwards. But that's it. That's pretty simple. I don't know if it needs it. I mean, it doesn't look bad without it, but yeah, you can clearly see where it contacts. How did you get lucky enough for that to fit almost perfect? I mean, it's not that far off from the design of a normal one, so I'm marking around where it's hitting. And then I'm going to trim out probably just that section. Little area on both sides where I circled. And that'll be easy enough. But that's for another night. Okay. That stuff's just, things are just working out. All right, those two are done. I had more items on my list. I cannot remember exactly what they were. But let's see. Next, exactly. We can't. I know what we can do. Let me clean this up a little bit more, and I'll grab the UMG. We just can discuss how my moderators convinced Joe that this was a good paint job idea. Mike Josh coming to K&K this year. Possibly. Kind of, it depends on a few things. So I don't have an answer for sure, but I would like to. So, any tips on filling socks with oil? You know what? I haven't. It's really hard to get socks to hold oil. I haven't really tried that too much, DK. That's a great question. Right. Get this stuff put back away. There we go. We're going to put that servo. I run my socks and droop. Ooh, that's the worst. And another spammer. God, going on with the spammers. Okay. We'll deal with this servo thing later. Servo, ESC, and I've got the Crawlmaster Minis. Where'd the other one go? Did I only take one out? Let's hope. We're going to put these away. Hold on. So, the long wheelbase UMG. Now, one thing that I do want to do, well, other than the fact that somehow, like I said, they convinced Moose Jaw paint this body with a croc theme. The body that you can't get anymore. Not sure who to blame or how much to blame them yet, but it's coming. But the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to move this. So, is that all lined up? So the body's not actually on there yet, but you can see how there's too much of a gap here. There's a slight angle to it. So I need to pull this forward more. So I need to do some adjusting on a couple of these mounts. There's a whole 3D printed piece, multiple pieces really, that go in there. And I need to pull the back mount off, move it up a little bit, and then probably space just a little bit in between these mounts and that piece to get it all to sit about right. So we're going to pull off the rear mounts first to get it to kind of relax. Yeah. Oh, and I've got two spacers out here. It's fine. I just need to know. Should have been a Crocs theme on the Lloyd. Oh my god. Wait, what the chunk? Um, Best paint theme ever. Suits you to a T. Needs a Croc strap on the back and a Croc charm on the hood. Oh my god. Oops. There's those two spacers. So I do need to get electronics in this as well. So That's another something that can get done. All right, with the rear body mounts in. So trying to get it to square the camera. You can see that that angle is what's bugging me. I want it like there. Now, I don't want to just put that much stress on the bed or the 3D printed parts because they're flexing. So I do need to put a spacer. I could 3D print them as well, but okay. I'm seeing if I can get the rear bed to the. Okay. We're going to split the difference a little bit. It is kind of a. It's maybe a hair overbuilt on the body mounting system in the back here. What is the wheelbase? What wheelbase is long? What chassis is it? So the wheelbase is 15 inches on the dot. It is an axial SCX 10 chassis up to this point. And then from there back, it is the axial SCX 10 6x6 conversion kit, which has another chassis rail and then some other mounts. But I didn't use any of that. I just used about 4 inches of the chassis rails back here to extend them back further. And then I designed this piece here, which extends the skid back, and then I built a carrier bearing setup. So you can see the drive shafts. That way, there's not such a long center rear drive shaft. But so yeah, that's what I did. I mean, it's not the wildest thing in the world, but it took a little bit of fuss to get everything to just work out right. In the end, I think it did the job pretty well. So now I need to get that taken off. Oh, I even captured the lock nuts so that I didn't have to hold them. That was a good design of me. I like what I did there. Good job, me. It's been so long since I worked on it, I forgot that I did such a thing. Is this getting a bomber interior as well? So I think that I got. Are you doing? I am doing an interior. Is it in here? It is. So Axial was actually going to produce an interior for the UMG 6x6 at one time. And they sent me one of them early, and then I don't think they ever released it. So I have an actual Axial SCX6 interior, but you can see on the tag. So you see here how it says NYA. So NYA UMG 6x6 interior 40. NYA means not yet available. And I think maybe they released it for a short time. Bought one, so it was released. So it did release it, but I guess that they just didn't. They only did a real short one, or they did like one run on it. But because you can't even buy the bodies anymore now. What about fender flares? Not interested. I do have the rear bed insert for it, but um, there we go. Miss mine every day. Who would miss such a thing? Ah, I did Why did I only do captured on the bottom? Remember when I was praising myself and how well the design worked? I only did it on half of it. I'm sure there was a reason. I mean, I'm not sure. Could have just been lazy CAD work, but this CAD designer's lazy. Never, I take back everything I said about him. Okay. So here's that. And then I used a really long screw. Okay. So let's put in 4 mil worth of spacer on each. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I'm going to pull that off. We're going to need a little bit longer hardware is all. You said paint it whatever, so I whatevered. God damn it, Moose Jaw. Your whatever privileges have been revoked, and Jesse is not allowed to have any input. Okay, will that suffice? That will suffice there, but not on the bottom. So we are going to step it up a notch on the bottom. Bottom there. There. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. Add that. Now I'm going to add that 4 mil worth of spacer. Meet you guys in super secret mod chat. Oh, hey, Moose Jaw, if you're still here. Thinking about what do you call it? Folsom tomorrow morning around 9. If you're game, I think Gunner is gonna come. As long as the weather is still looking good and I get my junk prepped tonight. God damn it. Dropped both of them off that. Like I said, this portion of the body mount may have been slightly over engineered. Oh. Down. Okay. If I could stop dropping stuff, that would be great. No, that's the captured one anyway. Where's your sidekick? She was not interested in participating tonight. So, reminds me of an engineer. An engineer will crawl over 100 pretty naked girls just. I'm not going to read that one out loud, but that's pretty hilarious, and I have not seen. I'm my own engineer and mechanic, so I can, you know, F myself. Okay, there we go. That. No, just a screw. That's fine. So to get it started, it's okay. Now we can go to a box end. That little 5.5 box end wrench, still one of the best little tools. Okay. So that should help there. The only thing I'm worried about is that I don't know how much I need to push on the rear section to. I can tell that that's more. Honestly, I think I made all of these parts before I had my CNC here at home. I should machine all these parts instead of 3D print them. But am I going to put all of that work into a truck that has freaking Crocs on the hood? I don't know. Maybe I still will. Okay. Then where's the body? Let's see how that looks. So the other thing I did is I made these body mounts here in the back for the body posts. Bolt in 4 spots there on the back of the cab. And then I made, I did do this after I had my CNC. So I've got this here. Now this top piece is 3D printed, but it's just a guide. Underneath of it, that's a carbon fiber piece to actually capture the body post. So it's got a nice rigid body mounting on the back side. I feel like I need a full halfway. That, but that is much better. Right about there is where it needs to go. Yeah, that is halfway. So I feel like we can manage that though. And now, here is where the the big brain moves come in. We're going to go ahead and just do this on the truck with the tires and body and everything just in place. Because that is how you make good decisions. So, we're going to get our little get our hammer out. Good enough. Does the front body? Well, the front body mount, yeah, it is floppy currently because it's not mounted to the body. It's just it mounts through the grill on the UMGs, and it clamps everything together. Yeah. 1/8" drill bit. Solid. The frame rail's not very supported, so it's just kind of flop. Wouldn't let me really push on it. What Milwaukee driver is that? It's just the little fuel brushless M12. It's the impact though. It's not the drill. It's the usually you get the drill and impact combo, but I've got the 1/4" drive Makita drill bit set, which is like super handy for in here. So, all right, now we got a bunch of metal flakes. So let's clean that up. Okay. There we go. And now let's go. Need our 2 screws, 2 spacers per surge. What is a surge version? Oh, there's that. And the other side. You anything going on with the SCX-24? Not really. I mean, it was fun. I much prefer 10 scale over the 24 scale. So normally when I'm working on something, it's the 10 scale side. There's like some local guys who compete with the 24 scale. So maybe I'll, you know, grab it to go do that one of these days. But beyond that, I just really haven't dove back into it for any reason. All right. So now, I don't remember what I did with those lock nuts. Probably lost them. Grab a couple more. It has a hydraulic torque converter and is much smoother. That's interesting. I've never seen that. Side started. Get the other side. Okay. So this tightened up. I am going to have to either readdress the length of the rear frame rail since I just moved it up 4 or 5 millimeter, or I need a rear bumper on there anyway, and then that'll. That's a better angle. 375 right now, PayPal for that? Not a chance. 375 would not get you anywhere close with this. I promise. So I need to deconstruct that front grill so I can get it back together. I really do not like the front body mount situation on this thing at all. But anyway, that is much better. It's still not maybe perfect, but it might have just been at a stress for a while. So, but getting it 4 millimeters closer, getting that gap tighter. Yeah, much much better. Little things, little things. I guess I don't need to take that back off. I do need to get electronics in this. Um, I need to figure out the bed. Probably closer to 1200. Right? Probably true. Um, I need to get the electronics in here, the interior. Figure out what I'm going to do for the bed area. Where is the interior? It is right here in a bag still. So that's still a thing that needs to be done. And like I said, the bed, but little things. Just another spammer, guys. Hit that one. Okay. Other than that, I mean, the 15-inch wheelbase is fun. These tires are not very big. These things are like what, 4.25 inches tall. So 4.25 inch tire on a um, on a 15-inch wheelbase. Pretty. Moose Jaw will paint the interior. We'll see. I do need to do shocks. Just got stock SCX10 shocks right now. Um, I mean, I don't know what I'm super worried about, but get that. Oh, I need to get a bumper on this. Do I have a VS410 bumper here? Um, I wonder if in my for sale box I did limitless stuff. Why do I have all that in there? Huh. What's in this? Aha, I do. VS410 front bumpers actually fit the front. Yeah, look at that. That VS it fits the width just perfect. Um, and once that body's actually mounted, it'll sit just just right under there. Um, and the width will be bang on. So because you have a limitless, I do have a limitless there. I just don't know why the bag is in here. I suppose I could actually. Let's see. This all just attached from 4 screws on the backside. Maybe that's why this is such a bad design. Yep, that's what they do. Ugh. All right, loosen up this side. Back, back in here. Oh, Moose Jaw left the headlight. Okay, so I'm gonna get that. I feel like I need to get this thing all like lined up and put on there and then just shoe goo the hell out of it to hold it in there. I think that would be. Need something 3D printed. Can you do it for me? No. Find somebody different. I not big. I don't really like doing that type of contract. And normally because like it's a huge hassle for something that's worth like $5 worth of time. So here we go. Now we can actually see how it's all going to mount. Still got just a hair of angle there. I feel like I could force that forward on this side because the bottom is where I need it. It's just the top. I almost feel like I should just push that up another set and force that angle. I'll probably do that. Cool. All right. Another one progresses ever so slightly. I'm going to put the where these body clips are ridiculous. They're not properly sized. Just force it in. Good enough. Josh, if you have them, can you show us the 1.9 tanks in red? Yeah, I think I do have them here. Let me. Good Lord. There we go. Now it fits. I'll put this back on the shelf. Let me see if I have the red tanks. Let's see. I was actually planning to put them. I was actually planning to do some work to my capper tonight. And it was to put these red tanks on it. So it's 9 o'clock already. We still got a bunch of people in here. I'm just going to keep working. If you guys would like to hang out and it goes longer, there you go. But just a little more stuff to do. Oh, I also had some springs because I'll show you. So here is my four-wheel steer Capra. Now, I swapped out basically all the things on this because I really liked the truck. So I swapped everything. But I built new shocks for it. These are the shocks that are the same design on that come on the new Phoenix, the S8E shocks. And the but these are the 90 mil. I built these out of the parts because we will also have 90 millimeter versions for one for sale. But what we didn't have for sale yet is springs for 90 mil. But these are some of the sample springs that are going to be on there. These are unpainted though. Like when we test spring rates, you know, we have like 24 different options, different coils or number of coils, different wire diameters, you know, the whole deal. And this is one of the sets. I don't remember if this is the final set we went with or just one of them that I grabbed. But they're unpainted, so they're not the proper ones, but it'll be, it'll get me close. So anyway, the plan was for me, oh, forgot what you actually had asked me in the first place. Here are the tank wheels. Now, what you may not have been able to see, and I don't know, see the KMC logo at the top there? It's actually machined in. And it's probably super hard to see on there, but when you see them in person, it's just micro engraved on there, like super high detail, and it looks awesome. So they're, hey Bart, good to see you alive. So I'm going to, I wanted to get some like actual photos for like some social media stuff and all that with the new tanks. So I'm going to swap off the machetes with the red IFR, and I'm going to go to the tanks because So we'll dismount these. Now, the only thing is that I had scale hardware in these other wheels, and I'm not going to. Don't you dare put those on your... I need a set of gold tanks. Gold tanks? You mean like these? Oh, those look so good, don't they? Would the gold look better on here than or the red? Ooh, the gold might look better, huh? I think the gold with the it might contrast really cool. Mm, I feel like gold. With the red beadlock. Hmm. Gold with the red with red. I don't have red rings. That's not an option for me. I don't think. Let me check inventory. Um let's see. Nope, I have red 105s. I have black rings, orange rings, and I have 3 green 2.2 rings. Gray holies, no red rings. I could do the red IFR, but I'd have to disassemble these other. I'm not doing that. We'll see. Let's see. This will only take a second to try out. Got a bunch of gold dingers up in here. Yeah, I don't have. There's no way that I'm dismounting these beadlock screws to pull that ring out. That is not happening. Okay. So now let's see. Oh, I gotta pull out this. Let's see. Gold with a gold grid. Let's see. Yeah, man, pull the ring out. There's no way. Like, I will not do that. I, there's zero chance of me taking those beadlock rings off to put them on a different one. Like, okay. I'm gonna have to already rebuild them. I'm not unbuilding another set to do it. Well, I gotta put these beadlock rings on first anyway. Do I have? Yes, I did grab. Surprised you're not mounting up a new set of crawlers. But I do like Hyraxes when I don't care about scale as much. The Capra doesn't look scale to me. Like the proportions on it are just way off. So it's not like a super scale look. Um, but what do I do with my... Oh, they're in here. So I need... I gotta put beadlock. Let's see. Am I gonna do stainless scale hardware or black scale hardware? That is the hardest. So on the tank, like I'm gonna put. I think black as well. I mean, the stainless does look good. I don't know. I don't mind the stainless. I kind of like it. The all black kind of you kind of lose some of the beadlock ring. I think stainless beadlock hardware, and then black lug nuts. So that's what we're gonna do. So gold. I think the gold would be too much. Like the gold hardware on the gold. Let's see. I mean, the color is real close. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. So we're gonna put a gold one in. We'll put a stainless one in. A few over. And we'll put a black one in. So we've got the gold is right here at like your 12 o'clock. It's hard to tell, but it's got about the same sheen. The next one is the stainless, and that's pretty obvious. And then the black, you can see it almost disappears. Not black for sure. I agree. Not it. Black is not it. Black could be it. I think black will be the winner for the hub, the lug nut, but not for the. I think we're going gold. I think. Got any dredger rings? I don't have any dredger rings. Dredgers would look good on here though. I don't have any of those. All right. I'm putting the I'm putting the stainless back in the box. Okay. Now, let's see. I needed gold. So, where can I get that hardware? This is all Vanquish scale hardware. So, it comes on the Vanquish website. You do need scale tools, scale hardware tools as well. Um, all right. Let's make bad decisions. We were going to do red, but that obviously didn't happen. Okay. So, where did I put that other ring that was on this? Placed that. I'm sure I'll run across that in a minute. Okay, let's start bolting up these beadlocks. Yeah, I think the gold on gold, not normally something I thought would have looked good, but actually kind of does. And I'm usually not the matchy type, but I think the black ring, enough of a barrier. Enough of a barrier to make it work. Wonder if you can get the assortment box we had. Uh, uh, no, that I've had that box going since we started prototyping it. Um, so unfortunately, that's just all. That's all my, you know, hanger around and leftover hardware, and I just keep refilling it. Red tanks would have been too much. I kind of agree. I think that the all red with the cage, it would have. It's like I don't normally do orange wheels on a truck that I have an orange body. I feel like it's too much. Um, so I think you're right. Non-matchy people are probably sociopaths. Josh, how wide are those? They look wider. They are the normal Vanquish wheels are zero point 0.8 inches wide. The tanks are 1 inch wide, and that is the same width as the Method 105s. Oops. How many screws does that ring hold? 24. I should think about putting a VFD trans and SCX3 axles on a 10.2 chassis. I have a spare and making my own skid plate and servo mount. Any thoughts? Um, I've seen it done. So, I mean, if you can make it work, do it. Um, I know, I mean, the axles will work with the transmission, and that's the biggest thing. It's just it's making sure you have a set of axles that'll clear. So, sounds like you do. I think the wheels on the cap already look really good. Oh, they did look really good. I liked them as well. But these, we just released these new wheels, the tanks, and I wanted to get some social media shots. So I was gonna put tanks on it regardless. Um, that's the only reason I'm changing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have changed those wheels. I like the way they look. That's why I put them on there. Um, so this is only just to get some photos. I mean, it's only to get some photo. I like them. I think they're going to look great on there, but I wouldn't have changed them if I wasn't trying to. And Tom Baker, thank you, sir. Poncho body cage fit a VS410 Pro. I can't see why it wouldn't. I'm trying to think if there's anything that would make me think that it wouldn't fit. I feel like it would. I think bumper and everything should probably fit. Um, or the VS410 bumper and everything should probably fit and sit pretty well. Um, the only thing you'll have to do is the poncho cage used like we saw tonight when I was mounting the bot. It used those offset rear body posts because it used the legacy body mounting locations from the SCX-10-1. That's why it had those weird posts. So yeah, poncho cage interferes with the fuel cell. Ah, that does make sense. That's a good call. Right. Let's see if I can get this to mount right away. Star pattern. Yep. The gold is not too much. It's just enough. Yeah. Alternate wheels like a Harley Quinn theme and just like I think people who are not VW people would be like, "What are you doing?" But what I do need is I already had black scale hardware here. And oh, I did not run wheel weights on this at all. Alrighty then. So I don't need to pull that hub off. We'll dip into the bag of 350s. And need to hit bag of 350s. Holy shit. They were originally bad. So we would have scrapped them normally, but they weren't like so bad that they don't work. They're just a little bit tight, but they're out of spec. And so shit, I opened up the wrong bag. Those are long. What do I do with the box of scale hardware? Seriously? How did I lose that? Oh, no. Am I going nuts? That's not it. How did that happen? Behind the capra? No, that's the little one. That's how did I lose an entire box of scale hardware? It's not in there. Doesn't fit in any of these drawers. Okay. Huh. You put them in the tote. No, it is the whole tote. I don't know what I did with the tote. Okay. Well, this is goddamn ridiculous. I'll get back. Let's see. Um, Nine. There we go. There's no. That's extended too. Okay. Well, I guess I only have extended black hardware. You carried it outside. Nope, sure didn't do that. It was inside this top drawer. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Oh, sweet. I don't have any of the regular in here either. Okay, then. Well, either way, we solved the mystery and didn't fix the problem. Yeah. The box is up there now. So I think that the extended hardware will still work. Yeah. It's long, but it doesn't stick out past the back surface, so it's fine. Let's see. How many soy lattes have you had today? None. I didn't have any soy lattes. I had regular lattes today, but I had 3 or 4 plus this one, which is probably really cold. Not really. All right. That looks really good. Okay. We'll put the wheels on this side first. Dick Bandy, you stuck. Thank your your timeliness is fantastic. There's that ring I was looking for. I rewound the footage. He was gonna order something on Starbucks app, and they were literally out of everything. Well, that's interesting. We go to Pete's Coffee here quite a bit, and that they've been out of most of the food items. No ding dong today? No, no ding dong. That over there with the other one. I agree with Dick Bandy. 3rd or 4th drawer down. You guys are just hilarious. I don't understand the Dutch Bros lines. I can't do Dutch Bros. I honestly, well, especially in the morning. I can do it in the afternoon, but I honestly can't do Dutch Bros because I can't stand the high energy. Like, if I haven't had coffee yet, do not come at me with your high energy behavior. Like, don't ask me how. Like, hey, how's your day going? What are you doing? I'm like, shut up. I don't want to hear it yet. I am here because I don't have that energy. Oops. All right. Who knew caffeinated chocolate milk would be so popular? What? Same reason I hate Caribou coffee. We had, man, I haven't been to a Caribou coffee in forever. I don't think we have those in California. Not that I've seen any. They are way too happy to see you. Yeah, I'm just like, dude, just calm. Their music's super loud. I'm like, it's 7:30. You need to just. If I go to the lake tomorrow with this capper, I'm gonna shoot video. I should go through. I should go through a Dutch Bros drive-through. Like, calm down. Should I hook up the light bar and front lights on my Capra? I literally cut mine off because I don't like the way that it looks. So I took it off and I just cut off the mounts. Like, nope, I don't want that. We have a pretty good place here in Salt Lake called Badass Coffee. Is it a is it a place with a certain type of barista employed there? I think you dropped a screw. There's only five on your table. It should be six. Nope. There is only five on the table because there's only five on the machetes that were on here. However, the tanks take six. Those screws are from the back side of the wheel. Machetes use five screws to attach, six screws for the hub, but five screws for the back ring, where these take six. However, these have one screw in them because that's how we ship them, with one screw attaching them. So I'm going to use the five that I had plus the one that's in there, and now I have six. Nope, fully clothed. Huh. Interesting. What? Then what? Then what is the name for? Your math is amazing. I know what I'm doing. Do you use thread lock on that? Never on bead lock screws. On any 164 screw with like a screw that size, I don't use thread lock just because the amount of thread, the amount of holding that you would see on that, it's you just will not get them off. Can you buy? Let's see. Too bad you don't have those fancy Vanquish workmen. I do, but I don't like the way they look in video. I use them at work on my workbench there, but here I like the wood look. I feel like it makes this video more warm and inviting for you guys. I used to have a black mat on this bench, remember? Well, it was a different bench. It was actually like a gray or a white bench, but I had a work mat on it. But it made everything so dark, it felt a little cold. I didn't feel like it was very inviting. So, changed it up, went to a wood top. Now I'm using a warmer light here. That was the actual reason that I changed to this wood top, by the way. It was actually after. It was funny because we were there was a conversation with a manufacturer. I won't say exactly which one. Probably not the one you would expect. And that they were saying they had actually said it to Matt. They're like, "Well, yeah, like we." It was funny because they're like, "Yeah, Matt, we think that your crowd is more of like the RTR type crowd, and your video, even your style, looks more warm and inviting. Where Josh's is more cold and aggressive, and probably more of the kit style." I remember Matt just being like, "What?" Like, so I was like, "Oh, I'm cold and aggressive, huh? Let me tell you." Right. That sounds like PR bullcrap. Yeah, but you'd be surprised at how much that stuff we hear. Like, it's a lot of our emails and conversations behind the scenes, like, it's stuff like that. Still no Nicole lighting? No, she will not. Oops, she will not be in attendance tonight. She's not here at the start. She's definitely not coming later. Who is the kid in the picture behind you? That is my nephew. Right. So when you're not, so when you're not talking prostates, it's all about lighting. Prostates? What? Might be a stupid question, but what all is required for a full set ready to mount? Um, as far as wheels go, basically the wheels you can just buy and they'll come in a pair, so you'll need two pairs, and they'll come with their own hardware and beadlock rings and everything in that package. I added scale hardware just because I wanted to change the look. It's not needed; it's just extra. But the only other thing you'll need is hubs. Like I'm using 350 hubs, which the reason that these are separate is because you buy them in different lengths depending on the vehicle or the width of your vehicle that you want. You buy the set that you need. 350 is kind of my go-to for most vehicles, but sometimes you want to get things a little bit narrower. You know, it's or go wider. Or some vehicles you have to go wider to clear portals or whatever. I was that stream you guys after 15 minutes too soon. Yes. I was talking about my high blood pressure that I had all of a sudden developed out of nowhere. Not totally nowhere. It was actually a side effect of COVID. It was weird. I can already tell you I like this much. I did scale hardware in my Phoenix build. It adds cool level of detail. Totally. And what's going on? West Desert. Ding dong. So before, a cool look. The red was just a little tie-in, gray machetes. Still looked good. But now, yes. Gold tanks, gold scale beadlock hardware, black lug nuts. That is awesome. Would you recommend rotor weights in the front of a Capra? Not unless you want to add more width, because you have to run at least a 475 hub to run brake weights. Otherwise, things will start interfering. But that looks good. That looks real good. Of all the nicknames to be known by. And you have to blame Matt. Especially because Matt is the least malicious person of anybody I know. Like, so, like, when he says that, like, you just know that he meant it ding dong. Oh my god. Looks great, but need gold in body. No, too matchy. Any thoughts about seeking other licenses for wheel companies? I mean, there's a lot. That's that's a that's a whole discussion thing. It's not a. Did you change the skid on the Capra? Yes, I did. I used a UC Fab skid. Um, so uh, I went to a Vanquish 3-gear transmission. Um, you can see the UC Fab. It's a Delrin skid, not 3D printed, which is what I prefer is the Delrin machined. It's got carbon fiber side plates. Pretty slick. All right, more bead lock rings. But so let's see. Gold wheels on here. Is that? I've got gold wheels on my Capra. Felt like I did gold wheels on something else recently. Didn't I? Am I dreaming that? Hmm. Could have swore. Benefits for that skid versus stock skid. I did that skid so that I could change to a 3-gear transmission uh, because the Capra transmission is terrible. It has a massive lack of gearing. Your VS410. My poor my I didn't on my Phoenix. Hmm. I thought I did gold on something else. The Ultra Gold Wheels doesn't. Yeah, that was the one I was talking about. 19 Wraith. I did do. I did do gold wheels on that. Yes, that was in July. Hmm. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. Maybe it was something really secret. I don't even know about. Okay. Do you run a full size servo for your Vanquish Dig? I do, but just a real just basic servos. Doesn't need to be anything crazy powerful or anything like that. Um, Sometimes I'll get fancy and run low pro. So um, low profile servos just because they're kind of cool. And, the more I stare at it, the more I like the gold. I'm telling you, it's perfect. FYI, an SCX6 sounds like an empty dumpster falling off a cliff when the truck starts rolling. Yeah, the SCX6, when it starts rolling, it's like, just get out of the way. Right. The only other thing that I may do on this Capra is I'm thinking about extending the wheelbase an inch, half inch in front, half inch in rear. I was thinking about just machining some new links quick and just extending it out a little bit. Maybe a 13.5 inch wheelbase versus 12.5. It would be a solid. My no, I left the carnivore at the office still. Oh, I knew why. Some Jado link ends on the lowers and the rear. Yeah, the only reason I don't like doing the Jado rod end is Jado rod ends are much weaker than regular ones. Um, so I don't like adding that weak point. So I'd rather just go with longer links um, that are the proper length. So just to avoid that, I mean, I've ran Jado links on lots of things, but I've broke them more than any other rod end. They're just too easy to break. Those Vanquish wheels, yep. One more down. Okay. Is that an open an open wold? Does the VS machine run as fit the incision titanium links? Yes, they should. I believe I've ran them on. Yeah, I've ran them on there. Got them on one right there. What scale hardware tools do you use? The Vanquish ones. We did them at the same time, paired them up, so that's why. Tired waiting for the new batch of Phoenix. I want it now. Any day, any day now. We'll be ready to get those shipping. So they're like, we should have started shipping them beginning of this week, but unfortunately we had a delay. So it will be very soon. Trust me, if you think you're ready to do it, we're twice as ready as you are. Loctite? No, never Loctite on the beadlock rings, and I've never Loctite on the hubs either. With the 440 screws, I just never had a need. But on the tiny 164 screws, I just don't like to because of the force that it would be needed to break them loose. So, what wheel tire combo looks like they could have been on One-Eyed Willie's ship. Goonies reference. I have not seen Goonies in way too long to understand or remember any of that reference. Just picked up an SCX 10.2. Top 3 performance mods that come to your mind to do its stock. There's so many options. I did like a whole 16-week budget build on the SCX 10.2. That would be where I would point you to start. I mean, because you got links, drive shaft, motor, servo. It all depends on how much you want to spend. Like, number one option, like put a big badass servo in it. But if you don't want to spend, $120, then there's other options. It's We got one more wheel left after this guy. This one's going quick. Were wheels the only thing you've been working on, Josh? What else did I miss? Oh man. So we worked on a G-Speed V3 first and finished up a couple of things on it. Body mounting and I don't remember what else. Then I worked on a NWSD scatter gun and we worked on some motor swap and body mounting. And then we went to the Unimog and we worked on changing some body stuff. And we're doing a lot of body mounting stuff tonight, that's for sure. And then we worked on the Capra. So it has been a busy yet productive evening. With the new trains in the Capra, any portal gear changes? No, but I could change my spur and pinion in the transmission of this one and maybe get myself a little bit more wheel speed. Right, I have a 2700 kV in here right now, and it's just like it's a hair slow. So I'd probably change my spur and pinion. I could go to like a 52 tooth spur. If I was gonna like say anything, go to 52 tooth spur, maybe a 15 tooth pinion. All right. Looking for the beadlock ring. I already set it on top of the wheel. Jesus. The guy in my area is selling a Tegan 440 servo for $80. Goodbye and worth it. Not a bad price. The Tegan servos are a little expensive for the power. I've been running one in my original VS410 Pro since we dropped it. Four rigs hit the bench in this stream, right? Yeah. I can't remember if anything else sat up here for a minute or not either, but I think 4 rigs and even a little bit of some measurable work done on each one. But it's also going to be a 4-hour stream. And this is exactly why there was no way I was going to dive in and take off those red IFR inner rings from the other set, because I would have had to take off. Oh, what's the longest live stream you've done? Ooh, man, back in the day, I think I've had some like 6+ hour ones. You gonna shower after getting a shock oil on you? Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, and we started off by me taking a load of shock oil to the right side. That was a nice start right at the beginning. Just 5 minutes into the stream, probably. That was right because we bled the shocks on that G speed. Saw your VP for a minute to remove the body. Oh yeah, had the the Ultra up here for a second. Yeah, this one should definitely have quite a bit of watch time on it. Evidently, I've been working enough and not consistently talking as much as normal, because after almost 4 hours, I can still actually talk. When Nicole's in here and I talk the whole time, by 3 hours, my voice is usually shot. Do you still have or run the TRX4 mud truck you made? Nope, I sold it. Which is what I do of almost every mud truck I run. I run them once and then I sell them. When are you going to see a nitro build on your bench? Never, ever, ever again. Had it once for when we did the Inferno challenge. You can go back and watch that. Where we took Kyosho Nitro Infernos and turned them into burnout cars. Yeah, that was the first time I've ran a nitro car or owned one, and I will never do that again. So, yeah. All right, last beadlock screw of the night. And Matt's Hunavan looks sick. I know. I'm gonna try and buy it from him just so I can own a tracked vehicle. That's one of my resolutions in 2022, is that I should own vehicles with tracks. So, RC Sparks or Kevin Talbot? Neither is my preference of entertainment. Personally, that's what you like. No problem. Good, more power to you. But neither is content that entertains me. I honestly most. Which tools are you using right there? These are Vanquish tools. These are specifically for the scale hardware. So they have a bearing cap, so they're super smooth. Did you keep a car more than one? Did I keep a car more than one? There's some of them, most of them I do. What about Danny Hume Creations? I can appreciate his artwork. again, it's just not my style of entertainment. Honestly, most of the stuff I watch is either like fabrication stuff, like out. It doesn't have any particular relevance to RC or anything. It just is about fabrication, either carbon fiber or welding. Or I watch a lot of full size drag racing. Um, that that type of stuff. Uh, Trying to think of what else I watch. I have some like video series that I watch that are absolute like way out left field that that I enjoy because they're just like a little bit mindless and uh, takes my mind off of like everything else for a little bit. One is like Good Mythical Morning, which is like honestly, it's mainly about no political stuff at all. Yeah, yeah, we don't talk about politics in here at all. I don't care what side you're on. We don't talk about it. Um, uh, Mike Patey, I love because his fabrication stuff is amazing and gorgeous. And I really enjoy his carbon fiber work. Um, so Mike, and I do like aviation, so um, so I like to watch that. Good Mythical Morning is stupid addictive. It is. It is in its own. It's about it's about food 99% of the time. So everyone relates, but I'll watch it in the morning, like when I'm getting ready. Um, and I just kind of honestly the mornings are the worst for me because I just anxiety up everything during the day. Like what do I have the whole day coming up and like what problems or what did I not get done yesterday that I've got to get done today? And like I'll spiral and like I'll have like I don't have anxiety attacks, but like I get super anxious on things and the mornings are the worst for me because I just ramp up. So, I like to watch or listen to s- stupid mindless stuff and I can coast. And then later on in the day when I'm trying to like Josh, do you watch This Old Tony? Ah, This Old Tony is great. Uh yeah, I do. And he's got he's got like a soothing style as well and he's super witty. I There's little things that he's just super knowledgeable about. Like Clayton. I like Cletus. I watch all the Cletus McFarlane stuff. Again, silly, fun. But I like watching the race car stuff. And man, he's progressed as a as like a shop or YouTuber or whatever. He's got guys that are super talented, and that new guy of his Ty is a talented fabricator. And they're getting their own stuff done, and it's I like watching that. Was the capper designed to look like some red dot engineering rigs? I don't know if it's got the red dot style. I love red dot rigs, but I don't think that this really looks all that red dot to me. But I mean, I absolutely love red dots. Tested is on. I've seen some tested stuff, but um, not. Oh God, what was the? Started watching. Is it called Engineering Explains? A good one. I also watch a lot of like the Engineering Explains pretty good. It brings stuff down to a real like easy manageable level. The Dang it, I will not remember what it's called. Snap click or click point. What the hell was it called? I'm going to my YouTube right now. Sorry. I will tell you. Click Spring. Click Spring. All one word. Um, if you're into like, there's some wild stuff. So yeah, Ever ever seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? No. Right. But yeah, the Demolition Ranch, I haven't watched that much. Whistle and Diesel, I've watched some of. I do watch on occasion. Some of them I enjoy. Click Spring is a genius. Oh my goodness, like beyond. I watched a video the other night that was like 1,000. Mark Rober, I actually really enjoy. That guy is also so incredibly intelligent, but makes videos that make it seem so so simplified and easy to understand. Even I feel like I could understand more, but just saying, like Josh hasn't learned that he can't change tomorrow only when it's happening now. Let me tell you, I will overstress my. Seen stuff made here. Oh yeah, that guy's also that young kid and his wife, and yeah, I enjoy that one as well. It's some fun, and he also has a good way of presenting that I enjoy. I can't watch Whistling Diesel. Oh, 10 o'clock. Smarter every day. Smarter every day. I feel like I've watched that one, but I can't remember. Fireball Tool. I've seen some of his. I can't. I don't. None of it. I actually recall offhand which, but so we got extra beadlock screws. We'll put those in the bin. So, oh, that's what I need to do. I need to change. I need to change the springs. We're gonna do that. RC Sparks going through midlife crisis. Something. Project Binky. Is that the Mini Cooper one? I can't remember. Grind Hard Plumbing Company. Never heard. That sounds like some sort of euphemism. Johnny Q90, he's pretty interesting. Agreed. He's got some cool fabrication. Um, are you guys going to sell the kit grease that came with the Phoenix? I don't think so. Slow Mo guys, always a good watch. I've seen plenty of their stuff. I don't think that I'm subscribed to them, but I've obviously seen their stuff a million times. So the reason I needed to change springs is that these are the springs that came on the Capra. But to fit them on 90 millimeter shocks, I had to run a ton of preload. Like, so that's why this thing is sitting all pogoed up. So we're going to go to these springs. Now, these may actually be 80 millimeter springs now that I put the first one on. But I'd rather run enough preload to get these to work rather than so much preload that it made everything sit way, way up. Too much spring. Yeah, absolutely. We had uh we had too much spring in there, but we knew that. How much of the gummy bear do you eat? Just a leg. 1320 video. I watch probably every 1320 video. Any of you guys watch VinWiki? That one's some interesting stories on that one. Hoovy's Garage is also one of my favorites. There we go. Now we're looking good. Yeah, VinWiki, good car stories. Hoovy's Garage, he just reminds me of the Midwest and things that I like. Car Trek is one of my favorite. Yeah, Car Trek is great. It's very early Top Gear esque, and I like that. Gosh, try grind hard and start with the vids on building the general. So badass, lots of fab. I will try and remember that. Mike Finnegan is pretty rad. I love Roadkill. I mean, I've watched it since like the early seasons. So, hey Josh, I streamed for the second time. It was my first repair video. Oh, there you go. Doing streams for repairs sometimes can be a little difficult. I mean, as far as like keeping things flowing. I mean, I obviously do repairs on stream, but usually I don't do them like for that purpose. But it's fun. It's a if you can do it, like even better. Have I bought the Phoenix? Have the original tires or wider ones on it? Sorry. Have I bought the Phoenix? Have original tires or wider ones on it? Is the question. Don't know what you're asking. I apologize. If you could restate it, I will be happy to answer. I lost interest in Roadkill when they went to the Motor Trend app. I honestly did at first as well for a while, but then I bet it took me over a year, maybe 2 years, to subscribe to the Motor Trend app. But after I did, I was happy that I did. You know, the other, honestly, is because the Motor Trend app has all of the Top Gear episodes, the old BBC Top Gear, which is one of my favorite programs ever. Peter McKinnon, I've always liked Peter McKinnon. I mean, I don't like him as well just because he makes me always feel like a hack, and everything that I do with cameras sucks. Like, do you watch SPG? I never miss one of Matt's videos. That way I can, because I have to be able to ridicule him constantly. Let's see. Had to bite the bullet, and now I have Motor Trend on demand and Roadkill Garage and Dirt Every Day. Yeah, and Dirt Every Day is pretty awesome. I've been hearing about people breaking gear. Yeah, people have broken gears in the VFD Twin. It's gonna happen. They're smaller. You know, it's you want to put that many features in a transmission like that and get all the benefits. Then the downside is that they are sintered and they can break. You know, that's why we put a slipper in it. So you have to set the slipper properly. You know, and then later, of course, there'll be gear options as well. Hey, from KC, what's going on? What part of Kansas City? It's cold as hell there right now. The hubs are wider. Maybe they were asking, referring to. Maybe I don't know. Donut Media. I watch a lot of the Donut Media ones. Not all of them, but probably most of them. I don't know if I don't watch all the up to speeds. So I always feel like a hack, and I'm a professional. I think most that are breaking them are ham-fisted. Lost respect for Donut after they stole footage from Alexei and wouldn't take responsibility. I think I had heard a rumbling about that for a little bit, and then I didn't really follow. Donut Media became hard to watch sometimes. Sometimes it can. Matt's off-road recovery. I've never really got into his as much. Dirt Every Day is killer. I just like Dirt Every Day. This makes me want to four wheels near my capper. It's so worth it. Busted Knuckle. I watch a good bit of them. I used to watch a lot more of Busted Knuckle and Mad Ram, but you know, it's still entertaining. But I can really, and I've been to several of the SRRS events back when I lived in Missouri. But at the same time, like, I can only see those trucks fly up a hill and tumble back down so many times. I don't know. It's just not my favorite. Corridor crew is cool. Sorry, I'm taking this one off. I have Build the Phoenix, original tire better or bigger bead lock. Um, I mean, I guess I changed the tires on mine. I do like different tires. So if that's what you're asking, yes. Fab Rats and his FJ45. Anyone watch Hickok 45? Never heard of that one. I want a four-wheel steer my SCX10 Deadbolt. Huh. I mean, honestly, four-wheel steer's fun on just about anything. There you go. Tim Cameron is all that's worth looking at from Rock Band, saying his driving is up. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that there's not impressive driving. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I just don't care to watch it as much anymore. The other thing is that a lot of times, like when I'm watching YouTube, I'm not even watching. I'm just listening, and the videos aren't like entertaining to listen to. You have to be watching. So, you ever watch Full Custom Garage? Nope, I never heard of them. I want to four wheel my golf cart. King of the Trimmers. Crawled with you a couple times back in the MOA days. Been in and out a few times over the years. Recently got back in pretty heavy. Nice. I didn't see what part you said you were at. Light Bright Nation. I've never watched any of their videos. I've seen, well, that's not totally true. I've seen a few, but yeah, not a lot. Most of the more like vloggy type, which kind of seems like what theirs are. I don't listen to as much. It's usually like, I'm looking for, I don't know. It's hard to, I feel like it's hard to really describe your watching habits. Let's see. Plug for CCXRC. Yep. Tony, CCXRC. If you're into RC monster trucks, which we always just kind of rib him about. Monster trucks. All right. And that's going to leave us one shock to go. Trying to get this link back in. There we go. Okay, I've had enough. Good night, imaginary. Blockhead Moto, never heard of. Fab Forums, I do. I don't feel like they put out a ton of videos, do they? Or do I just not see them? MCM, oh, Mighty Car Mods. I've watched them on occasion. Every once in a while, I'll get hooked into like a project of theirs that I enjoy, and then I'll follow along. Any plans for portal axles on the SCX6? No, I do not. I am not a fan of that trend. I would, yeah, no. Skid Factory. Never heard of them. I do. What's the other guy? Adam LZ. I'm not even big into drifting, but I like watching what they're doing with their new compound. That's really when I started watching them, is when they picked up that giant facility. And I just wanted to like see what they do with it. Big fan of what these YouTubers are buying for real estate and turning into their massive. For sure, Hoonigan. I watch some of Hoonigan, but not all. Like, I like, I like some of their projects, but some of the other stuff I don't watch as much. Like this first that I kind of watch, but it's like I don't know, like so untechnical or so like whatever. I'm just like, okay, and then I kind of like waver away. Um, but like you know, or it's just like yeah, Hunan has gone a little the verge from yeah, like that's kind of how I feel as well. Like they want to be very mainstream appeal, no, not trying to get over anybody's so it's just like yeah, like I get that it's entertaining. I would rather I like a little bit more of like the tech or the the stuff behind it. And I like the unicorn. I think it's cool, but I'm not over it. But it's just like okay, I could see whatever else as well. Do you watch any auto racing, drag, drift, rallycross, etc.? Not really. Other than like King of the Hammers, King of the Hammers 4400 stuff. That's about it. Um, Harley Designs. He babbles about everything while working in RCs. Yeah, babbles is about right. Let's. See. Um, how flimsy is the rubber parts tray? About like that. Any Lewis Hamilton fans in here? Honestly, I've never been an F1 fan until the Netflix show. Like, let's see. Um, used to be a big Formula Drift fan, but mostly watch Baja and KOH. Yeah. Yes, it shines going awesome Bill. Right. Boosted Boys first ever 7 second MRT. The Boosted Boys I watch on occasion as well. I like their stuff, but I'm usually not as enthralled as like I mean honestly like the Cletus McFarlane videos. Like when I see him get uploaded, I watch them. I just it's a good mix of some tech now, especially now that they're building stuff and they've got a number of project cars that I enjoy. Do you have a finished Phoenix build behind you to show? No, I do. Oh, I do. I have mine here. I didn't know I did. I forgot I had mine here. But for scale Nats, will there be camping spots? Yeah. I believe that place has lots of camping. So, oh, much better. That's a much better stance. It sits nice and low. Yeah, the links are level now. It used to sit like this. Now it stays down. There we go. I could almost do a mini T spring mod to this and be happy with it. But I think that I'm going to an inch. Stretch it an inch first and then go from there. Springs, I'll throw in the for sale box. Gotta armor all the tires down. Let's these. So I'm yeah. not so unloady now. Any plans for the wheels you just pulled off? I mean, there's always something to put wheels and tires on, so I'll keep them around for something that needs something new. So the gold is a good fit. Cool. All right. Time to upgrade to it. Not, I know I mean, that's a good servo. That's a Futaba S9177. So it's like 620 ounce inches. I think I have 1,000 ounce inches on the front though, but it is blue. I'm just like, I might just electrical tape it. But little gold. The gold and red looks great. Yep. All right. Spray wrap it. Yeah. It's a little flex seal. Um, yeah. Okay then. So I'm done. It has been a 4 hour and 20-minute live stream. So hope you have a good night, a good weekend, and we'll see you Tuesday for the scale news, and then I'll be back on Wednesday for the next episode of the Scale Road to Scale Nats with a bunch of tech, some machining, some driving practice. Did you have an MST Civic built? I do. It is right up there. So, all right. We'll see you guys next time. And yeah, have a good night.